Please be seated. Bore da, a croeso I Gaerdydd. Welcome, graduates. Welcome, honoured guests. Great to have you all here this morning. This is indeed a moment to celebrate. And welcome to Cardiff. Welcome to this celebration, this 2018 graduation ceremony. It's great to celebrate here in St David's Hall. A wonderful venue, wonderful acoustics, and I hope as the ceremony proceeds we're going to be able to test those acoustics. It's also nice to have a bit of air conditioning, isn't it? It's very, very pleasant. Graduates, yours has been a remarkable achievement. First of all, you succeeded in obtaining a place in one of the world's leading universities. Cardiff ranked in the international league tables in the top 100. You've completed a course of study which allows you to be here to graduate this morning. And you've navigated what I'm told is an absolutely exhausting social life. And I think you obviously all agree with me. One that certainly I couldn't manage. Also, you've had the opportunity while you've been here at Cardiff to enjoy a whole range of other activities and other challenges. You've had the opportunity to play sport, something perhaps that you've known about before, some new sport that you've taken on for the first time. You've become involved in the cultural life of the university, the cultural life perhaps of Cardiff more widely. You've travelled internationally, had the opportunity to anyway, to work abroad, to study abroad, and perhaps in some cases very valuably to volunteer abroad. And that volunteering has also been available to you, and many of you have taken the opportunity to volunteer in the local community. As well as that, you've had experience of the Students' Union and all the guilds, societies that it has to offer. You've experienced communal living, the challenge of communal living, but also the enjoyment of living together with groups of friends. Altogether, a wonderful experience that hopefully will stand you in good stead as you move on. So graduation is a time to celebrate with family and friends who are here with you this morning. Family and friends who've supported you over your period of study, supported you emotionally, I'm sure, and I'm also sure supported you financially. Thank you to family and friends for that. And I hope you have a wonderful day here in Cardiff with your family and friends. I hope you have a chance to explore not just the university, but this wonderful city. A city that's vibrant, a city that's lively, that's colourful, and that's diverse. And of course, it's a city that has been the backdrop for your period of study here, and you may well be taking away many memories, hopefully fond memories, of Cardiff and your time here with us. Of course, some of you may be staying. You may be staying for further study, you may be staying to work, you may be staying to call Cardiff your home, and if that's the case, best wishes to you. Cardiff, of course, as a city, is one in which the university feels a very, very strong commitment. The partnership between Cardiff the city and Cardiff the university is one that we encourage. Our civic mission we take very, very seriously. To work to improve the health, the wealth, the well-being of Cardiff and all the people who live here and share this space with us. Graduation is a time to reflect on your education and reflect on what benefits it's brought to you. Of course, you've learned lots more stuff. you've learned lots more information, you've developed your skills, you've developed your expertise. You've learned much more about your chosen subject, dug deeper into the subjects, modern languages, medicine, as we have here this morning. So hopefully that will stand you in good stead now as you go forward. You've learned, who have you learned from? You've learned from your curriculum, you've learned from academic colleagues, you've learned from your colleagues, you've learned from library, information technology, all the facilities that the university provides for you. Cardiff is very proud of its research-led, research-informed teaching, and we hope that you've valued that, you've taken advantage of that, you've been challenged by it, but you've enjoyed it. And we hope that's given you the confidence as you go forward to ask questions, to challenge conventional wisdom, to challenge, I guess you could say, to challenge fake news. I hope that confidence to challenge goes forward with you for the rest of your lives. As you cross the stage in a few minutes' time, across the red carpet, you'll join a family of Cardiff alumni, almost 200,000 of that family out there around the world. I hope as you graduate, you'll not forget us. Hope you'll keep in touch with us. Hope you'll visit. Hope you'll visit often. Visit your school, visit the college, visit the university. And I hope you'll feel that you're able to be ambassadors for the university, and when you go out there, you're able to pass on a good word about Cardiff to the people that you meet. So again, congratulations on your graduation. I now have to introduce Ruth Landy. Ruth will read the proclamation and a poem by Wales' inaugural national poet, Gwyneth Lewis. Many of you may have encountered Gwyneth's work before in the form of the 6-foot-high words, thought to be the biggest poem in the world, which is on the front of the Wales Millennium Centre. Gwyneth has been a writer in residence at the University School of Physics and Astronomy and is now an honorary fellow. The poem Education was specially commissioned by Cardiff University. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. Enjoy the ceremony. Thank you.
Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Bai ddiafaiddio, gwella dy wneud, mynegeisio, pach a ddweud. Traws newidiad, fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning's a passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions, scintillates but isn't deceptive, admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and, if you're lucky, it never ends. I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh and then in English. Nwth gwlad a'i gwybodaeth. Bwyd hysbys y holl aelodau y Brifysgol ac a hyd a lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw yn Prifddinas Cymru. O dan adroddiad Siarter Frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod i dderbyn y myfyrwyr sydd yn rhinwedd a'i hastudiaethau ar ei hysgol haicdod wedi ei haholi yn briodol yn unol â statudau Brifysgol ac wedi ei cael yn dailwng o ei graddau. Y ddathlu llwyddiant o rai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fi ei hatgofyn o ei cyfrifoldeb i gyfrannu y werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nodydd yn twy i'w caisio, drwy ei gyflwyniadau, wasanaethu y lles pawb, ymdrechu i sicrhau'r agoriaeth ym mhob peth, ac yn boeni am ddyfodlau'n byd. Grandawch yn awchus ar ddwythineb gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionydd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. North Gwlad a Gwybodaeth, a nation's strength in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today, in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation, and in doing so, remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of our world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation. Thank you.
Bore da, good morning. My name's Professor Karen Holford and I'm the Deputy Vice-Chancellor at Cardiff University. I would now like to warmly welcome all students to receive their award from the university. Now, this is the part of the ceremony where the students' names are read out by a representative of their school or college as they cross the stage. This is the time when you can test the acoustics of this beautiful hall, so please do shout, clap, cheer when your students cross the stage. Please keep that short so we can hear the name of the next student across the stage. Once all of the students for each award have crossed the stage and returned to their seats, I will ask them to stand. At this point in the ceremony, it is a tradition of the university for the Vice-Chancellor or the Deputy Vice-Chancellor to speak in Welsh to receive each group of graduates to their award. And the sentence is very important because it's the sentence that gives you your award. So the Welsh phrase I will use when translated means, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. Congratulations. And in Welsh, trwy'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a ho frentiau a ddaw yn ysgol. Llongyfarchiadau. And at that point we can applaud you, but not now.
I, Professor Rachel Langford, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Arts. Laurel Caitlin Gibb. Grace Ellen Harry. Senna Bristow. Courtney Brown. Matthew Whitley. Hassan Sohail Bandari. Roheen Kotecha. Joey McGill. Adam Clark. Kate Pritchard. Elaine Reid. Emily Seaborn. Jessica Rose Shiner. Catherine Buck. Freya Elizabeth Carlion. Meriel Danoa. Naomi Claire James. Nicole J. Chloe Thomas Hunt. Renata Uzai. Philippa Bartlett. Megan Edwards. Susanna Celeste Haddon. Lucy Rose Owen Haveron. Georgia Louise Hurrell. Emilia Camilla Komorowska. Tinotenda Nyamunda. Abigail O'Sullivan. Fionn Meyer Reeves. Laurie Meyer Thomas. Soin Harv Thomas. Madeline Lucy Williams. Isabel Alice Wolford. Susanna Bendu. Harriet Igo. Vladislav Bainov. Joshua David Pike. Gregory Martin Palos. Harry Maximilian Hommel. Verity Masterton. Harriet McCann. Isabel Victoria Allison. Manuela Ankra. Rachel Baker. Liam Gregory Barrett. Elizabeth Bater. Harriet Lucy Brench Jones. Natasha Alexandra E. Charlton. Harriet Codd. Elizabeth Cretley. Joseph Davis. Amy Delaney. Lucy Folk. Jocelyn Green. Arlie Harvey. Emily Rose Hughes. Gwenan Iolo. Daisy Keane. Jacob Lloyd. Rebecca Locke. Holly McCormack. Llywelyn Moore. Melissa Tavares. Eleanor May Reid. Hermione Toomey. Peter Vangelato. Vanessa Wilde. Morgan Saroni. Amy Kim Naomi Fliggleston. Dan Gibbons. Cameron James McIntosh Burr. Jessica Lee Rose Hazelhurst. Caitlin Loxley. Dominic Mortimer. Rachel Norton. Georgia Bethan Louise Shaw. Dan Thomas. Jonathan David Vines. Oliver Waldron. Sarah Lucy Ashcroft. Oliver Canning. Georgina Rawlings. Mercedes Bianca Smart. Sarah Tipperich. Taliesin Thomas Mosler. James Peter Evans. Thomas Parodi. Benedict Clifford. Harry Mayo. Emma Batesman. Rachel Elizabeth Birchall. Maya Kosnick. Adina Moldavino. Chloe Ann Walker. Angharad McGowan. James Burkhart. Essie Barton. Orla Bradshaw. Elsa Rose Calder. Adam Fitzgerald. Elizabeth Phoebe Fatesi. Melissa Green. Alexander William Paul Griffiths. George Leonard. Flora Milne. Nahal Namvari. Colleen Keedon. Alessia Gina Fizzacli. Phoebe Brenda Rose. Clara Toranzo. Nikolina Wyszynski. Ariana Placidi. David Stephen Evans. Louise Caris Joy Ormerod. Thomas Gwyn Nelson Samuel. Jasmine Sophia Shergill. Molly Timmons. Martin Yarwood. Alicia Cameron Davies. Owen Llewellyn Carey Evans. Sarah Magdalene Gregory. Roland O'Loughlin. Olivia Alice Louise Stanton. Luana Tanier. Eliana Katie Witt. Kieran Egan. Alicia Patel. Olivia Victoria Carter. Alexander Llewellyn Lewis. Hannah Taylor. Hannah Lindridge. Rebecca Clark. Angelique Curdy. Jordan Griffiths. Ellie Mo Griffiths. Arabella Jennings. Georgina Spiteri. Gemma Diane Williams. I, Professor Rachel Langford, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Kisari Belcher. Fasia Ashley Crawford. Katie Davis. Martin Gunn. Aaron Hassan. Maria Magdalena Valentiva Kosaiva. Davor Peterlin. I, Professor Rachel Langford, introduce those who have received the Certificate of Higher Education. Elena Annabel Teagni. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Would all the students who have just crossed the stage please stand? Trwy'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chwi I gael eich dyfarniad a hôl ffrentiau a ddew yn ysgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Diolch. Please be seated.
I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the postgraduate certificate. Catherine Rivers. Sarah Rebecca Brown. Maria Louise Smith. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the postgraduate diploma. Antonio Ciardo. Colin Kilmartin. Neshi Ajkan. Mahmood Shakur. Adekemi Koka. Sarah Gildari Rudnarini. Shabri Hosor. Muhammad Ismail. Inka Wolf. Anand Ganesan. Nicola Sambandan. Abid Rahim Khan. Prasanna Fathanan Chidambaranathan. Yanchi Ma. Mark Stephen Braun. Petra Bobkova. Tin Tin Win. Kawaja Farhan Zahid. Olushola Dare. Kimberly Allison Grieve. Sarah Kwan. Genevieve Lee. Fatima Mohammed. Erandi Ratnayake Mudi Yesilage. Ronald Stefan Onsiong. Suraj Rana. Suparat Wangsuwan. Dov Ben Yaakov Kurtzman. Keisha Ebony Addo. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Arts. Claudio Andriaccio. Jasmine Alana Bernhardt. Charlotte Brown. Melanie Brownlee. Alexandra Corrigan. Bronwen Sian Elizabeth Day. Kelsey Hibbett. Meleri Harv Jenkins. Robert Lodge. Alexander Packer. Serian Richardson. Benjamin Rouse. Tatiana Sansone. Malgorzata Smorag. Harriet Mavanoy Vaughan. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Public Health. Amran Mohammed Ahmed. Ying Chen Bu. Umber Sabah Malik. Anamika Pandey. Alice Perchardis. Denise Ann Puckett. Chin Yi Ming. El Hadi Sharafeldin. Hugh Lloyd Griffiths. Alice Stonham. Samantha Louise Toop. Peng Wang. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Science. Thusitha Sambuth Hetiarachi. Christine Mitzi. Stefan Zamet. Elizabeth Alexandra Davies. Angeliki Plakatonaki. Tan Jia Ying. Lana Sardar. Sarah Alkanese. Sonali Chowdhury. Joyce Stansell. Melia Javed. Dua Abdul Mosen Mohammed. Faker Rizwan. Natasha Shetty. Owen George Thomas Carrick. Malcolm Caruana. Alicia Amy Hickey. Claire Mikalev. John Newton. Syed Riaz Ahmad. Kate Barr. Josephine Elizabeth Giblin. Stephanie Adele Hart. Elizabeth James. Gabriella Juma. Rihanna Kaur Rakra. Megan Rogers. Alice Youngs. Olive Zhu. Panayotidis Konstantinos. Jenny Grace Caesar. Antonio Eduardo Cortazal Figueira da Silva. Melvin Jenkins Welch. Mark Jordan. Esther Lomas. Shilpa Ojar. Anna Paulina Petricolo. Stephen Mark Usher. Yasser Zaytoun. Shafa Jamal Al-Mushait. Obed Paul Shehu. Jacqueline Torrington. Fatima Yusuf Ahmed Abdallah Al-Ali. Oladapo Olayinka. Harpreet Saini. Matthew Thomas Barks. Emma Pauline Harrison. Nicola Porter. Charlotte Sear. Winay Shivamurthy. Salema Zaman. Christina Hambrook. Kate Elizabeth Baker. Nicola Bridges. Jade Dyke. Cheryl Adams. Savita Lamba Butola. Paulo Alexandre Rodriguez Pinheiro. Saba Dar. Frank Arnold Gamma. Josephine Grace Hutchinson. Denisa Egoche. Matthew Brady. Sui Ping Chan. Samuel Ndoro. Felix Apamide Nomuoja. Philip Ugona Nwachukwu. Adebola Odusola. Charmin Afros Pana. Christopher Rolle. Christy Sigersma. Ranjani Zinyama. Nikolaus Luvis. Julie Elizabeth Brown. Lynn Cornish. Shabana Ambreen Mirza. Joanna Bernadette Peart. Juliet Price. Alexandra Pyle. Laura Turner. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Would all the students who have just recently crossed the stage please stand? Trwy'r awdurdod a roddwyd i mi gan y Brifysgol, derbynu a chwi I gael eich dyfarniad ar holl ffrentiau a ddaw yn y sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Diolch.
The following students to be presented have achieved a doctoral degree, and in recognition of their achievements and research, they will be presented to the presiding officers, who will shake their hand in turn. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Medicine. Rhiannon Louise Harris. Manish Vasanth Udiawa. Kasia Isabel Zalewska. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Maha Awaj Al-Juma. Rachel Baldwin. Anna Barrett. Rhys Vaughan Bevan-Jones. Dia Buresley. Nick Burnley Hall. Anna Lucy Burt. Alberto Cocciarelli. Ross Collins. Adam Cunningham. Tamsin Dockery. Nadia El Farhan. Laura Escudero Monreal. Valentina Flamini. Kieran George Foley. Brekna Hassan. Ellen Louise Hughes. Sam Hyatt. Sarah Victoria Knott. Sarah Kushar. Lizzie Liang. John Lowe. Cheryl McQuarrie. Jilu Princey Mole. Toma Monferga. Daniel John Nelms. Andrew Charles John Newman. Robert James Pickering. Evelyn Pirot. Rhiannon Emma Roberts. Jessica Rose Sanders. Lucy Saverley. Evelina Statkute. Katie Jean Swaden Lewis. Sharifa Shamim Syed Salim Aga. Claudia Tamburini. Rodri Thomas. Mathieu Trigano. Javier Uceda Fernandez. Melanie Varley. Christopher Ward. Vincent Young. Lechman Ramakrishnan Shankar. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Would all the students who have just crossed the stage please stand? Trwy'r awdurdod a roddwyd Diolch.
Bore da I bawb. Good morning, everyone. I am Jake Smith, Vice President Postgraduate Students of Cardiff University Students' Union. I'd like to start by reciting the formal greeting to you all. May your care ever be for the good name of our university and the well-being of our world. You are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. I hope your association with Cardiff University will be a constant source of pride and happy memories throughout your life. For most of you, today marks the end of an era and the beginning of the next chapter of your lives. At the beginning of this journey, many of you will have been faced with the exciting but daunting prospect of moving away from home, making new friends, and living independently in a new city. Ever since then, the experiences that you have shared together, the opportunities you have embraced, and the relationships which you have built have made you into the person and graduate that you are today. You should all feel very proud of that. Now, I wouldn't want any of you to think that you'll forget Cardiff too quickly. Each of you have thousands or even tens of thousands of reasons to remember Cardiff University for many years to come. But don't worry, the first repayment isn't due until April. Because of your hard work and the support you have provided to each other, all of you now find yourselves in a position that should give you much cause for optimism in the future. You have all been imbued with knowledge that will allow you to strive for a tolerant, interconnected, and ever more hopeful world. I hope you will use your gifts humbly, living generously to help others develop as you have. And on this special and important day in all of your lives, it's important to recognise as well the support of your family and friends on this journey and the special pride that must be theirs today. Poblach a chi gyd, good luck to you all, diolch yn fawr.
Can I ask you all, first of all, to thank Robert Court, who's entertained you before we came in, and I hope will also entertain us as we leave the stage. Robert, thank you very much indeed for... I think at the beginning I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Stuart Palmer. I chair the governing body of the university, the council. And can I offer my personal congratulations now to all of you who've graduated this morning. Well done, congratulations. And I hope you have a wonderful celebration for the rest of the day. Graduation is, of course, a time to look forward and to see how you can use now your education, your qualifications, for your benefit, of course, for the benefit of your family and friends, but also, I hope, for the benefit of wider society. And I'm sure that's going to be one of the goals as you move forward, to use your qualifications for everyone's benefit. It's lovely to have a young student here. Right, we've been talking and watching your achievements this morning, because your achievements were not solely of your own activities, your own work, your own commitment to your subject. You were also supported by the academic colleagues here on the stage behind, and those who are still in their labs and their lecture theatres working away. You were also supported by your family and friends. So can I ask you all, please, those who've just graduated, to stand. We do have wonderful acoustics here. I think the roof is particularly firm, but let's see if we can lift the roof off by thanking everybody who helped you and supported you. All yours. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you feel that appreciation. We now, sadly in many ways, have to come to the end of our celebration here in St David's Hall. I bring this ceremony to a close. Diolch yn fawr. Please be seated. Brynhawn da, a Creso I Caldis. Welcome to Cardiff. Welcome to this our graduation ceremony 2018. My name's Stuart Palmer. I chair the governing body of the university, the council. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you, all of you, here to this graduation ceremony today. It's a celebration. And what a better place to celebrate than here in St. David's Hall. Wonderful environment, I hope wonderful acoustics, and I'm sure there's a little bit of air conditioning as well, which certainly helps. So welcome to St. David's Hall. Graduates, yours has been a very significant achievement. First of all, you were successful in winning a place in one of the world's leading universities. In the latest international league tables, Cardiff was in the top 100. Secondly, you've completed a demanding course of study, and you're here as a result of that successful completion. And thirdly, you've navigated what I am told is a very exhausting social world during your time here in Cardiff. So congratulations. You've also, while you've been here, had the opportunity for a whole raft of other experiences. They could be sporting, a new sport to you, or something that you've already tackled before. Cultural life of the university, or the cultural life of the city. You've had the opportunity, in some cases, to go abroad for an international dimension, either for work or for study or for volunteering, and also the opportunity to volunteer here in Cardiff and in your local community. You've experienced, I'm sure, communal living, the challenges but also the pleasures of communal living. You've taken advantage, I hope, of the Students' Union and all the groups and societies that the Students' Union has to offer. A whole raft of experiences that I hope will stand you in good stead. Now, graduation's a time for celebration, a time for celebration with family and friends, and delighted to see so many family and friends here with you. I hope you all have a wonderful day here in the city, in Cardiff, which Cardiff, of course, has been the backdrop in many ways, the backdrop to your period of study here. And I hope you're going to take away some fond memories of Cardiff and your experiences in the city and in South Wales. Where do we go from here? I'm sorry I've stalled. It'll come back to me in a minute. So I hope that you celebrate the day with family and friends in Cardiff, and that then you take away those fond memories of the city with you. Cardiff, of course, is very closely associated. The university and Cardiff, we work very closely together. It's a partnership between the city and the university. We're very committed to our civic mission working with the city, working with the region, and supporting the health, the wealth, the well-being of people in Cardiff and in the surrounding area. Graduation is also a time to look back, to reflect on what your education has made an opportunity for you, how your education has prepared you for the future. What have you done while you've been here? Well, first of all, you've learnt new information. You've learnt new information in all sorts of different ways, new experiences, new skills. You've taken your chosen subject, be it archaeology, be it dentistry, be it pharmacy. I think you're all represented here. And you've dug deeper into your subject. You've become qualified in your subject. And I hope that qualification, that experience, stands you in good stead. And you've learned. You've learned in a whole host of different ways. You've learned from your curriculum. You've learned from your professors and your professional staff. You've learned from fellow students. You've learned to learn. And I hope that Cardiff's research-led and research-informed teaching stands you in good stead. I hope you found it a challenge. I hope you found it enjoyable. And I hope it's allowed you to study with enthusiasm. I hope it's allowed you to be confident to ask the question, to pose the question, to challenge conventional wisdom. And I hope that that remains with you for the rest of your life, that confidence to challenge. So when you cross the stage, when you walk along the red carpet in a few minutes, you'll join almost 200,000 alumni of Cardiff University. You'll, I hope, remain a supporter of the university. I hope you'll not forget us. I hope you'll come back and visit us and see us often. Spend time in the school, spend time in the college, spend time in the university. So please, hopefully, act for us as ambassadors. Go out into the community, the people you meet, the people you work with, etc., and act as an ambassador to the university to spread the good word of Cardiff around the world. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Wyn Davies to you. Wyn will read the proclamation and the poem by Wales' inaugural national poet, Gwyneth Lewis. Many of you have encountered Gwyneth's work before in the form of the 6-foot-high words, thought to be the biggest poem in the world, and these are on the front of the Wales Millennium Centre. Gwyneth has been writer-in-residence at the university's School of Physics and Astronomy, and she is now an honorary fellow. The poem Education was specially commissioned by Cardiff University. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the ceremony, enjoy the celebration.
Beiddia feiddio, gwella dy wneud, myna geisio, parcha ddweud. Trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning's a passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions, scintillates but isn't deceptive, admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and, if you're lucky, it never ends. I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh, then in English. Nerth gwlad ei gwybodaeth, boed hysbys I holl aelodau'r brifysgol ac ar hyd a lled y byd, fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod siarter frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod I dderbyn y myfyrwyr sydd yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'i hysgol heictod wedi ei haroli'n briodol yn unol â stadudau'r brifysgol ac wedi cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant y rai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb I gyfrannu o werthoedd y brifysgol hon. Nod iddynt yw ceisio, trwy cyflawniadau wasanaethu ar lles pawb, ymdrechu I sicrhau rhagoriaeth ym mhob peth, ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar ddoethineb, gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today, in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation, and in doing so, remind them of their responsibility in sharing in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of our world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation.
Pnawn da, croeso cynnes I chi gyd. So we now, ladies and gentlemen, come to the part of the ceremony where I will welcome the students to receive their award from Cardiff University. So as you'd expect, the student's name is read out. I'll walk along over here. I will greet them, shake hands, and you, of course, will applaud wildly while this happens, so don't feel in any way inhibited about that. You can make as much noise as you like. All I'd ask is that when the graduate has reached me, you then stop so that the next person's name can be heard, and that's just to be fair for everybody. Now, once all the students for each award have crossed the stage, they'll be going back to their seats. I will then ask that cohort of students to stand, and I will address them in Welsh. It's just a sentence, but it's in order to receive each group of graduates to their awards. The sentence that I will say in Welsh, when translated into English, means, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. So, we will now proceed to the presentation of graduates.
I, Professor Chris Tweed, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Ahmad Majd Al-Qadri, Nadia Angelova, Jacek Baszkowski, Madeline Barnes-Planer, Isabel Bazet, Epaminondas Bumpoulos, Michael Bridgman, Lara Bryan, Chan Che-ting, Chen Kun, Andrea Joanna Chutak, Nicholas John Cooper, Jack Cowdery, Juliana Custers, Bethan May Louise Dix, Megan Ray Douglas, Lewis Evans, Nikolina Georgieva, Nicholas Gerritsen, Gemma Gorton, Maria Hadzi Haralambos, Emma Halford, Eleanor Hardman Cheer, Anna Highfield, Ivan Ignatov, Anthony Mingham Ip, Beth Hicks John, Eleanor Sarah John, Samuel Jones, Matthew Nevitt, Katerina Korushi, Simran Lal, pardon me, Lenis Prokopis, Josephine Lorali, Simran Mahajan, Kalina Maranovska, Liliana Marianska, Elizabeth Miller, George Morgan, Lina Mohammed, Michał Kaspersky, Ayman Khan, Yanis Nikiforu, Harisha Patel, Roshni Patel, Alice Prum, Sanura Ratiala, Bartosz Paul Robak, Laura Selwood, Anna Shishkina, Ananya Sunil, Nadeja Tabakova, Francesco Palutalo, Igor Tanenzav, Alexander Tui, Anula Marilyn Sadgati, Hey Y Valerie Say, Samuel Ross, Anastasia Vasileva, Alexander Vaga, Jake Wong, Young Sung Ye, Konyang Yuan, Yi Zhang. I, Professor Chris Tweed, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Architecture. Mudassir Ali, Daniela Andrade Salgado Silva. Helena Anthony. Mohammed Haikal Azar. Ai Huai Ba. Sean Kieran Christian Bailey. Alexandra Helen Baker. Oliver Dean Bedard. Catherine Bracey. Sophie Barman. Mi Young Bae. Smaranda Georgiana Chibotaru. Oana Churescu. Xie Chen. Ho Ting Chris Chung. Stefanos Dalitis. Dina Feda. Amber Marianne Francis. Ross Hartland. Patricia Janska. Regina Kartika. Ashley Kendall. Ramez Khalil. Monica Latkevichute. Samantha Leatherland. Alicia Linodatu Novak. Federico Lippi. Jessica McCreel. Harrison Marshall. Stephanie Moore. Elizabeth New. Joshua Peasley. Jake Joseph Richardson. Marcin Rosnowski. Ying Sun. Tang Jun Song. Benjamin Sim Wei Chang. Danielle Simpson. Harry Thorpe. Alexandra Urbinska. Sian Ellis Wright. Ye Hua Ya. Andrea Zorbis.
I, Professor Alistair Sloan, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Dental Surgery. Matthew Agate. Ali Mohammed Amir. Jade Atwell. Zola Ban. Philippa Barnes. Karishma Bhatia. Anna Breslin. Francis Bridges Smith. Guraj Bringan. Daisy Marcella Brophy-Clues. Hannah B. Gleason. Danielle Victoria Chan. Sejal Mitali Chauhan. Grace Clancy. Thomas Peter Cole. Catherine Conway. Martha Davies. Anisha Desai. AJ Dunner. William James Dolan. Jessica Elliott. Charlotte Fraser Cox. Lydia Grace Gentle. John Philip Griffiths. Gemma Hanks. Mehreen Hack. Laura Hills. Sammy Holt. Lucy Horton. Saeed Majid Hussain. Matthew Jukes. Sayada Fatima Junaid. Shyam Karaya. Rajan Kaur. Sabina Khan. Naza Hajira Khartoon. Jessica Kirby. Brittany Kuhar. Paul Lang. Cixing Lee. Catherine Harriet Llewellyn. Akash Maru. Kelson Louis Tregurtha Matthias. Megan McRae. Sarah McDermott. Ellen May McGibbon. Magenta Merony. Lin Yen Ming. Daniel Rees Mock. Larab Gul Nawaz. Misha Mira Patel. Nikunj Patel. William Jack Pilkington Jones. Rosemary Ann Potter. Samuel Reeves. Rasneep Rensi. Ellen Carris Reed. Alessia Rosewell. Hamna Saeed. Elliot Samfire. Alice Say. Raki Sen. Priyanka Shah. Adam Sharfor. Vian Sharfor. James Alexander Sullivan. Harmandeep Singh Tatla. Mai Tran. Kieran James Walker. Zach Warwick Mooney. Ailish Williams. Elizabeth Willoughby. Cara Louise Wilson. Eleanor Baldock. Rhiannon Carey Davies. Rose Sear. I, Professor Alistair Sloan, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Pinar Akis. Kate Coker. Nia Devenold. Timothy Forshaw. Mercedes Francis. Amy Rose Hambley Simons. Martha Morwena Hilliard. Grace Holmans. Cara McNamara. Khushbu Morar. I, Professor Alistair Sloan, introduce those who have received the Certificate of Higher Education. Elizabeth Erkelands. Jake Carl David Flower. Ellery George. Bethan Goddard. Charlotte Hargest. Leah Jarvis. Ellen Jenkins. Agreta Kanzungu. Chloe Madeleine Lively. Zara Maynard. Roxana Maria Nicolay. Olivia Jane Sheldon. Chantal Louise Thomas. Hannah Whitcomb. I, Professor Alistair Sloan, introduce those who have received the Diploma of Higher Education. Hisham El-Nagar. Laura Jane Green. Lauren Hughes. Alina Anika Khan. Peter Mitford. Olivia Nath. Abigail Rachel Perry. Charlotte Roworth. Chloe Rebecca Sadler. Louise Shanahan. Francesca White. Emma Pretoria Wood.
I, Professor Mark Gumbleton, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Pharmacy. Rana Shaban Forjani Ajaj. Al-Sad I Bayati. Malia Ali. Louise Allen. Osama Al-Said. Noor Altai. Sarah Al-Satani. James Christopher Appleby. Sam Baker. Eliani Bassini Ghazi. Laura Emily Bolger. Anya Maya Bowen. Peter Jonathan Bradley. Nicola Brown. Claire Bryan. Rosie Alice Burke. Annabelle Kate Bush. William Harrison Savetto. Rebecca Chalker. Yolanda Chikomba. Mohammed Samuel Tahid Chowdhury. Norshin Chowdhury. Siluanas Christo Delou. Sophie Isabel Corteville. Angharid Isabel Crack. Shiwan Curran. Marley Davith. Emily Shannon Doe. Elizabeth Jessica Emmons. Joshua Edwards. Sophie Alice Edwards. Dana Farrar. Owain Feng Jones. Catherine Rebecca Maria Fisher. Carley Fong. Ola Joaquimi Valerie Gibson. Jake Groves. Melissa Emily Harris. Erin Hart. Rebecca Lenora Hayward. Gemma Mary Henry. Olivia Mary Joy Herring. Louise Hill. Chunlock Rockho. Lydia Ann Holloway. Sarah Caris Ingram. Grace Jackson. Lucy Elise Jeffries. Bethan Linda Jones. Ruth Nia Jones. Rebecca Kai. Kimone Kerr. Hina Khan. Maisha Khan. Michael John Kirkby. Jonathan Alexander Stephen Lamb. Francisco Lawandi Berner. Arun J. Lewis. Abby Louise Lloyd. Bethany Maria Lloyd. Jessica Lyndon Cowley. Marianne Manan. Stacey Marks. Samantha Ann Harrod Maurice. Maeve Rachel McKenney. Hannah May Mittelberger. Sabir Ahmed Mullah. Alice Ellis Morgan. Shashina Muragathasan. Catherine Jane Nutting. Fatima Omrani. Veronica Jong Ye Ong. Reese Parry. Ria Patani. Adit Patel. Bianca Patel. Pooja Patel. Usha Jaish Patel. Cameron Poole. Kira Price. Kaliki Puri. Rabia Rafiq. Naimur Rahman. Hisham Rashid. Shonad Maris. Mary Catlin Richards. Matthew Shard Sargent. Dilraj Savaya. Shamiti Shaji. Simran Sapal. Catherine Sloan. Christina Swabadar. Joanne Claire Sykes, Callum Thomas, Abigail Louise Thompson, Chloe Elizabeth Turner, Eve Ann Howard Walker, Samuel Llewellyn Watkins, Luke Adam Cato Wesley, Ismail Yassin, Y Lam Yao, the Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Would the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? It's just the ones who've just crossed the stage. Yeah, it's quite a lot of you. Yeah, but only those who've just crossed. Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad ar holl freintiau a ddawen ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the postgraduate diploma. Pritpal Sahota. Mona Al-Jabori. Hawa Touré. Juliet Weston. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Clinical Dentistry. Hani Hamza Aidan Abbas. Abdullah Al-Telmesani. Gurekan Al-Ajmi. Muhammad Taki. Muhammad Al-Attar. Mahdi Al-Dashti. Faisal Al-Rashidi. Hanan Arti. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Dental Science. Azrul Safuan bin Modali. Megan Gale Davis. Hashem Shamsar. Ho Kum Tai. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Science. Zainab Mustafa Salman Al-Khalaf. Tara Wada Abbas Al-Tay. Kulsum Nergis Zara Amar. Ian Ballantyne. Emina Besirevich. Lauren Victoria Evans. Adam Rees Harvey. Emma Johnson. Frances Emily MacDonald. John Hickey. Sophie Allen. Sasha Barati. Joseph Brennan. Louise Elizabeth Bussey. Abby Gerard. Manish Rohith Itiji. Sarah Elizabeth Kidd. Kanta Devi Mahe. Suzanne Miller. Sarah Quinby. Viba Telly. Helen Walker. Leah Louise Henry. Hina Irfan Ahmed. Reem Akel. Anne Assa. Zihui Hu. Roberts Labshevskis. Apostolos Petrakis. Nibras Al-Naimi. Ali Farouk. Andrew Gardner Davis. Guy Edward Charles Luffan. Wenya Zue. Maria Ioana Fotopoulou. Kerry William Howell. Laura Knight. Valentina Lopefido. Zainab Murtadawi. Matt Osmond. Sarah Louise Parr. Irene Cara Tsetine. Ekaterini Chivelopoulou. Claudia Elena Vesca. Sarah Davis. Sophie Claire Elphick. Georgia Rose Mallison. Harleen Kaur Mandler. Miles Elliott Thompson. Harrison William Webb. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Philosophy. Jan Siu Chin. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Would the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troedd awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniad chi I gael eich diffarniad a'r holl freintiau y ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
The following students to be presented have achieved a doctoral degree, and in recognition of their achievements and research, they will be presented to the presiding officers who will shake their hand in turn. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Akin Walimiwa Feyi Kimi. Abed El-Khalek Badran. Charles Ian Thomas Drzezinski. Osama Fala Elabi. Ellen Pierce Everett. Gilda Giancotti. Rhiannon May Griffiths. Nick Hacking. Anna Race. Samuel Rees-Jones. Aphrodite Maria Conidari. Dionysia Limperatu. Paola Jimena Marino. Noor Aslida Mohammed Noor. Daniel James Morse. Hope Daphne Roberts Dalton. Helen Rogers. Nagam Salman. Leonam Vieira Gonçalves. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Apologies, we have one more.
Excuse me, there's another doctoral candidate, Christopher James Whitman. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Will those who've just crossed the stage please stand up? Troedd awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi i gael eich dyfarniad ar holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Could all those students that have received an undergraduate diploma or a degree in any aspect of healthcare please stand for the reading of the oath?
I will now declare the oath, first in Welsh, then in English, and then I will ask you to agree to the terms of the oath. Y ddawaf mae fy mlaenoriaeth gyntaf fydd gyfalu am fy nghleifion. Byddaf yn garedig gyda phob claf ac ymdrechaf i gyfathrebu yn effeithlon gyda nhw. Byddaf yn parchu urddas a'i preifatrwydd a'i hawl i gyfrannu'n llawn at benderfyniadau ynglyn â'i gofal. Byddaf yn onest ac yn ddibynadwy bob amser ac yn parchu a diogelu gwybodaeth gyfrinachol. Ni fydd fy ngredoau personol yn ymharu ar ofal fy nghleifion. Trwy gydnabod cyfyngiadau fy nghymwysedd, byddaf bob amser yn diweddaru fy ngwybodaeth am sgiliau proffesiynol. Os bydd gennym reswm da i gredu nad o'i fi, neu unrhyw gydweithwyr yn addas i weithio, byddaf yn gweithredu'n gyflym i ddiogelu cleifion rhag perygl. Ni fyddaf yn camddefnyddio fy sefyllfa broffesiynol a byddaf yn gweithio gyda chydweithwyr yn y ffordd orau lles y cleifion. Yn yr holl faterion hyn, ni fyddaf byth yn gwahaniaethu'n anheg yn erbyn fy nghleifion am cydweithwyr a byddaf yn barod i gyfiawnhau fy ngweithredoedd iddynt ym mhob achos. Rhoddaf yr addewid yma ar fy llw, yn wirfoddol ac o ddifrif. I promise that I will make the care of my patients my first concern. I will be considerate to all my patients and I will strive to communicate effectively with them. I will respect my patients' dignity and autonomy and their right to be fully involved in decisions about their care. At all times, I will be honest and trustworthy, respecting and protecting confidential information. My personal beliefs will not prejudice my care of patients. Recognising the limits of my competence, I will keep my professional knowledge and skills up to date. If I believe that I or a colleague may not be fit to practice, I will act quickly to protect patients from risk. I will not abuse my professional position, and I will work with colleagues in the ways that best serve patients. I will never discriminate unfairly against patients or colleagues, and I will always be prepared to justify my actions to them. I make this promise solemnly, freely, and upon my honour. If you agree to the terms of the oath, say I do.
Prahamda, good afternoon. I'm Fadila Al-Dahori, and I'm Students' Union President at Cardiff University Students' Union. I'd like to start by reciting the formal greeting to you all. May your care ever be for the good name of our university and the well-being of our world. I'm very pleased to say you are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. May your association with the university be cherished and be constant throughout your life. Like many before, you have had the privilege of studying knowledge that has been built over centuries. From the very first university established by a woman called Fatima al-Fahri in Morocco, 859 AD. Like many before, You are dressed with these beautiful traditional gowns and the unique styled hats as graduates did in the universities in that era and region. You are literally living that legacy right now. But it's time for you to leave your own legacy. Hashtag no pressure. Today marks the end of an era and the beginning of the next chapter of your life. I'm sure your time here has been unique. With all the challenges you faced, you have found people from all over the world you would never have otherwise met, knowledge you would never have otherwise gained, possibilities you would never have otherwise actualized. Yet everyone in this hall has overcome these challenges, and this is actually what makes you the graduates that you are today. For that, I immensely congratulate you, and I tell you, I'm super proud of every single one of you here, as for the families and friends as well. It's time for you to embark on your own journey in this world, prospering your lives, your families, and the world itself for all humanity. Don't wait to seize your opportunities. Your time has just begun. Let's make it happen. Diolch. Thank you very much.
Vice-Chancellor, it is a particular pleasure to present for the award of an honorary fellowship, Valerie Leveillon. Valerie is Managing Director of Leveillon Owen Consultancy, an innovative company specializing in sustainable development and community regeneration. Valerie is a graduate of this university, having obtained a BSc in architecture and then a postgraduate Bachelor of Architecture in 1980. Certainly, Valerie can be described as a property professional, but it's also fair to say that she has a very particular, multidisciplinary approach. The impressive evidence for this is that she is a member of the following: the Royal Institute of British Architects, the Royal Town Planning Institute, the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the Royal Society of the Arts, and recently became a member of the Chartered Society of Environmentalists. Next year, Valerie will become Master of the Worshipful Company of Chartered Architects. Earlier in her career, Valerie was a director of the international real estate consultants, Jones Lang LaSalle, following which she became managing director of London First, where she delivered, in collaboration with government, economic development programs in sustainable development, housing, regeneration, and health. Valerie also chairs a number of important and influential boards, including Swan Housing Group, which is regenerating 1,600 homes on the Blackwell Reach estate in Tower Hamlets, London. She's chair of LANTRA, the UK Sector Skills Council for land-based and environmental industries, and she's the chair of British Board of Agrément, which importantly certifies innovative building materials and construction installation methods for use across Europe. She has been involved with some of the largest and most complex development projects procured by the public sector, including multi-million-pound projects such as the redevelopment of Barts and the London NHS Trust and the Thames Tideway Super Sewer, to name only two. In recognition of her outstanding contribution, Valerie was awarded an OBE in 2001 for services to architecture and the community in East London. Valerie clearly operates at the highest level, for in 2009 she was made a Cabinet Office Ambassador to champion equality and diversity in ministerial and public appointments. And in 2015 she was given the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award in the National Women in Construction Awards. In 2016 she won the CBI National First Women Award in the Built Environment category. I think we can all agree that this signifies a very full and very impressive portfolio. And yet, there's another hugely important aspect to Valerie's life and work. At the age of 7, she became a brownie and has been involved in guiding ever since. She has been both a district and divisional commissioner, and most of her guiding leadership roles have involved running outreach programs in socially disadvantaged and ethnically diverse areas across London. In 2016-17, she reached the pinnacle of guiding when she became the chief guide for the UK and territories and chair of trustees, Girl Guiding. In all these wonderful achievements, I know that Valerie would wish me to acknowledge the constant support of her husband, Bob. There can be little doubt that the university is immensely proud that Valerie is one of its graduates. Her commitment to community regeneration and sustainability provides an excellent fit with the ethos of the Welsh School of Architecture and with the university more widely. Her active promotion of equality and diversity in society and her work in promoting the role of women in the construction industry are ambitions that we share, and we hope that in future we can work together to make a real and lasting difference. Anrhydeddus is ganghellor, cyflwyna fi ti, Valerie Leveon, fel camrawd anrhydedd, Prifysgol Caerdydd.
Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Cyngor, derbyniaf chi fel cymrawd ar anrhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd. Congratulations.
Goodness, how do I follow that? I can't tell you what a joy it is to be here today, sharing this special graduation ceremony with all of you. Around 40 years ago, isn't that awful, I attended my degree ceremony here in Cardiff too, and I never dreamt I'd receive an honorary fellowship, so thank you. It is indeed an honour. And like some of you here, I am proud because I am a graduate of the Welsh School of Architecture. It has a great reputation. It has a great reputation, particularly in environmental science, and what I might describe as an ethical approach to tackling climate change in the built environment. There is absolutely no doubt that the pedigree, the academic excellence of this university has helped me enormously throughout my career. But what I've mostly learned over the course of my working life is that success mostly depends on how you behave. As you just heard, I chair the British Board of Agreement. It's a UKES accredited body, and yes, it does certify innovation in materials and construction. But listen to this. The BBA is a commercially competitive company, and yet in its DNA, in its memorandum and articles of association, it expressly is required to act in the public good. How powerful is that in a post-Grenfell world?
You might think it's counterintuitive, actually, for a commercial company to take this sort of stance. But an ethical approach enhances our world-class brand and reputation. It improves the level of trust and respect amongst our customers. And yes, it helps grow our business. As you've heard, I also chair Swan Housing Group. It's got a pipeline of around 6,500 houses and its own construction company, and we are absolutely pioneering in terms of prefabricating new housing at our factory in Basildon. You know, I'm proud that Swan's won many, many awards over the last years, but I am even more proud that the majority of Swan's 100 million turnover is delivered by commercial subsidiaries whose profits are reinvested to help deliver our social purpose. Swan has a great people culture, and yes, it's an ethical business. As you've heard, in 2016-17, I was privileged to be the chief guide of Girl Guiding UK and its chair of trustees. And you kind of get the picture. There's a theme emerging here. Do you know there are around 50 million scouts and guides across the world? It's the largest international movement for young people, and it operates in 216 different countries. It embraces all faiths, all backgrounds, all cultures. It's a truly international movement for young people who are bound together by a promise, but also a common purpose: to be a powerful force for good. Oh, what a responsibility to be the chief guide. So when I started in the role, I went absolutely back to basics and I read the first guide handbook. It was written by the founder of Scouting, Lord Baden-Powell, but as far back as 1912. So you imagine it, because this handbook was written before women routinely had jobs, certainly before guiding was established, way, way before women had the vote, and yet, to my surprise, there is an entire chapter in it on careers. Baden-Powell even talked about women in architecture, saying, in an examination in architecture, 3 women gained diplomas, and the head of these was classed first, with 2 men out of 23 candidates. In Russia, in the municipal fire brigade, it's been commanded by a young lady, a Ms. Yermolov, and she gained the special permission of the Tsar to join this splendidly equipped brigade 7 years ago, and has since risen to become its head. He talks about pioneering women in medicine, like Florence Nightingale, who founded nursing, like Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, who was, of course, the first female doctor. He talks about what he calls illustrious women, such as Madame Curie's wonderful work in chemistry, Lady Huggins' work as an astronomer, a most expert photographer of the stars. He then moves on to flying women. Baroness de la Roche is a brave flyer, was the first woman to qualify as a pilot. What Baden-Powell was saying, and what I say to the women here today, is that girls can do anything, girls can be anything, including, as you've seen, even run construction companies. But perhaps more importantly, Baden-Powell goes on to say to all young people, in the course of your reading, you will notice that many of the greatest movements for the good of people, and those which have influenced the world most, have been the work of one person. One individual often does more than a whole government or an army. One of you may someday alter the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. You know how one man invented printing, one woman started nursing as a profession, one man discovered America, invented steam engines, the telescope. So when you get an idea that will do good, you follow it up. And don't fear that because it is only you that it cannot succeed. Welcome all obstacles, because it's only by meeting with difficulties that you can know how to overcome them and be prepared for others in the future. So Baden-Powell was the first Chief Scout, but many of you will know the current Chief Scout because he is the great adventurer Bear Grylls. And he has a modern day, a more straightforward message, simply saying to young people, live your lives with courage and with kindness. So as you graduate from this wonderful university, I ask you this: how will you behave in your working life? What are your values? As a professional person, how will you demonstrate respect for key moral principles? Will your business behaviour be ethical? As graduates from Cardiff University, will you live your lives with courage and with kindness? 40 years ago, I left this university and tried my best to hold the banner high. But now, I pass that banner to you. Seize it. As you leave this fine institution, you are now its advocates. You are its ambassadors. You are its exemplars. And I know that in this hall are graduates from Cardiff University who may someday alter the lives of millions of people. So when you get an idea that will do good, you follow it up, and don't fear that because it is only you that it cannot succeed. I send you my heartfelt congratulations on your academic achievements today, and I wish you every success and every happiness in your future lives. Thank you.
Thank you for that inspirational presentation. Thank you very much. Can I ask you first of all to thank Robert Court, who is sitting up there. Robert entertains me. And I hope we'll provide something stirring as we leave St David's Hall in a few minutes. Can I pass on my personal congratulations now to all of you who have graduated. You are now graduates. My congratulations and my best wishes for the future. Can I give you a challenge? You've heard enough challenges already. You've been challenged, but I'll give you another challenge, and that's to use your education to make a difference. Go out, use it to make a difference, to benefit society, benefit yourselves and your families as well, of course, but to benefit society. And I hope that brings you fulfillment in your future careers, and wish you all the best for your future careers. Now, of course, we've been celebrating your achievements, but those achievements are not just due solely to you. Of course, you've worked very hard, but they're due first of all to family and friends who've supported you financially perhaps, emotionally perhaps, throughout your period of study. And also due to the academic staff behind me and in front of you who've worked with you diligently while you've been here. Now's the time, I think, to test whether this roof over here is really secure. Please, graduates, stand up. And you have the challenge of lifting the roof off. All yours. Come on! Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. I now declare this wonderful ceremony closed. Tihaunda Akreso Ikaldis. Good afternoon, graduates. Good afternoon, honoured guests. Thank you all very much for being with us this afternoon. My name is Stuart Palmer. I chair the governing body of the university, the council. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to Cardiff and welcome you to this graduation ceremony. Thank you all for coming and thank you for joining us. Graduation is a time for celebration. And what a better place to celebrate graduation than here in St David's Hall. A wonderful atmosphere, I'm told a wonderful acoustics, and thank goodness some air conditioning, which is very pleasant. Graduates, yours has been a very significant achievement. Initially, you succeeded in winning a place in one of the world's leading universities. Cardiff, in the latest International League tables, was ranked in the top 100. And that, I'm sure, will benefit you as you go forward with your degree from the university. Secondly, you've completed a course of study. You've successfully completed a course of study, and that allows you to be here this afternoon. Thirdly, what have you done thirdly? Thirdly, you've joined in all the activities, I'm sure, that the university has to offer. You've spent time in sporting activities, perhaps, a new sport or a sport that you were familiar with before you came. You've spent time in the cultural activities of the university, perhaps the cultural activities of the city. And we might hear a little more about that this afternoon with the director of the National Museum here with us. You've spent time living communally, living with colleagues, living with friends, the challenge of communal living, but also the enjoyment of communal living. You've had the opportunity to spend time abroad, the opportunity to spend time working, learning, or volunteering abroad. And many of you, I know, will also have volunteered locally here in the community, supporting your Cardiff community, and thank you for that. You've also had time to take part in, I'm sure, the Students' Union and all its societies and all its groups. Altogether, a rich experience to take with you when you graduate and when you leave us. So graduation is a moment for celebration, a moment to celebrate with your family and friends. And I hope you have a wonderful day here in Cardiff, starting that celebration. You know better than me that Cardiff is a tremendous city, a vibrant city, a lively city, a diverse city, an exciting city. And I hope that's a city that has provided a very positive backdrop to your period as students here. And I hope you take away memories of Cardiff, very positive memories, as you leave us. Although, of course, some of you may not be. Some of you may be staying to work, to further study, and to make Cardiff your home, and all success if that's the case. As far as Cardiff University is concerned, we're very proud to have developed a very significant relationship, a significant collaboration with the city of Cardiff. We take our civic mission very seriously. We work to help improve the wealth, the health, the well-being of Cardiff and Cardiff society. Graduation is a time to reflect on the education that you've received. You, of course, have learned new information, new knowledge, new skills, new experience. You've taken your particular subjects, be it music, be it medicine, and dug much deeper into those subjects than you've ever had the opportunity before. You've learned from your curriculum. You've learned from academic colleagues, some of whom are behind me. You've learned from colleagues working together with your colleagues. You've learned from all the facilities the university has to offer in the library and information technology and so on and so on. You've learned to learn. And we hope that the Cardiff research-led teaching, the research-led teaching, the research-informed teaching that we're very proud of here, we hope that's provided you with a stimulating, challenging and enjoyable education. We hope it's given you the confidence to ask questions, confidence to challenge accepted wisdom, the confidence to say why, the confidence to take forward new ideas and pioneer new ideas. And we hope that confidence stays with you for the rest of your lives. Graduation is also a time perhaps to look back. No, let's look forward. Let's look forward. Let's turn forward. And say, where has the education I've received, where will this take me? How can I take advantage of it? How can I use it? How can I use it for the benefit of society? And there's a challenge for you, I think, to use the education that you've had, the education that you've got, for the benefit, of course, of yourselves, the benefit of your families, but also for the benefit of society more widely. When you cross the red carpet in a few minutes, you'll join almost 200,000 alumni of the University of Cardiff, the family of Cardiff University, and I hope that you'll keep in touch with us. I hope you'll come back and visit your school, visit your college, visit the university. And I hope that you feel you can be ambassadors of the university, so that when you go out into the wider world, you'll be able to speak very positively about the university and about your experience here. Please, please do that to support yourselves and to support us. Remember, you will always be a Cardiff graduate, and we will always be proud of you and of your achievements. I now have to introduce Eileen Alfon. Eileen will read the proclamation and a poem by Wales' inaugural national poet, Gwyneth Lewis. Many of you may have encountered Gwyneth's work before in the form of the 6-foot-high words, thought to be the biggest poem in the world, which are on the front of the Wales Millennium Centre. Gwyneth has been here as writer in residence at the University School of Physics and Astronomy and is now an honorary fellow of the university. The poem Education was specially commissioned by Cardiff University. Diolch yn fawr. Please enjoy this celebration and this ceremony. Eileen.
Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Beiddia feiddio, gwellhad y wneud, myna geisio, parchad weid. Trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning is a passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions. Scintillates, but isn't deceptive. Admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me. And, if you're lucky, it never ends. I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh, then in English. Nerth gwlad ei gwybodaeth. Bwyd hysbys I holl aelodau'r Brifysgol ac ar hyd y lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod Siarter Frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod i dderbyn y myfyfrwyr sydd yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'i hysgolheictod wedi'w haroli'n byriodol yn unol â statudau'r Brifysgol ac wedi'w cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant y rhai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe'i hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb i gyfrannu o werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nod oedd yn twy i'w ceisio drwy cyflawniadau gwasanaethu lles pawb, ymdrechu i sicrhau rhagoriaeth ym mhopeth ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar ddoethineb, gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. Nerth gwlad ei gwybodaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today, in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation, and in doing so remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of our world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation.
Pnawn da, a chroeso cynnes y graddion heddiw. Well, good afternoon everybody and a warm welcome to today's graduation. We now come to the main part of the ceremony where the students will come across in front of me here, and I'll congratulate each student and they will then go and take their seat again. Please do applaud as wildly as you like. Don't feel at all inhibited. You can shout, scream, bring the roof down. But please stop when the student reaches me so that the next person's name can be heard, so everybody gets a fair chance. Once each cohort has passed, so the undergraduates and masters and PhD, I will then ask that whole group of students to stand and I will address you in Welsh. It's just one sentence, but I'll just translate it now for those of you who don't speak Welsh. And the sentence, when translated, means, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your reward with all the privileges this confers. So, we will now proceed to the presentation of graduates.
I, Dr. Stephen Riley, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. Noor Fazana Abdul Aziz. Izzat Rahim. Ali Adil Nemo Abdullah. Edward Ackling. Nicole Ivana Bendigo Acosta. Momina Ahmed. Ahmed Al-Hassan. Benjamin Gareth Joseph Alba. Robin James Aldridge. Lucy Allen. Sarah Al-Masri. Afwa Amwa Ako. Christopher Andrews. Ajita Arunthavaraja. Iona Ashworth. Henry Atkinson. Ava Adlina Binti Ayob. Wooka Barber. Louise Bakewell. Akvil Baksiti. Claudio Francesco Bardiri. Hazel Ann Ballard. Sophie Ann Banerjee. Karina Banziga. Camilla Francis Barbara Barnes. Shafkat Batchelor. Andrew David Bates. Ethan Betson. Ankita Benny. Alexander Berry. Ellen Berry. Ashwin Badresha. Catherine Ann Bramia. Sophie Bright. James Brock. Jennifer Rose Brooke. Joanna Claire Brown. Catherine Mary Brown. Emily Buchanan. Ella Bergin. Chloe Bussell. Alice Charlotte Keynes. Bian May Carlos. Damien Carroll. James Carter. Alice Casey. Carmela Catlow. Anna Causa Nakamura. Claire Chantrell. Vikas Chari. Sohini Chatterjee. Brianna Marie Church. Izan Clark. Matthew Mark Clark. Una Clark. Hannah Cole. Abigail Cook. Alyssa Cooper. Georgina Mary Kopp. Jennifer Coventry. Daniel Crowell. Amy Daglish. Jonathan Dalton. Lucy Kate Daly. Charlotte Davey. Fionn Davis. Katie Marie Davis. Sinead Ellen Davis. Bradley Dawes. Hannah Dawson. Vashti de Kock Jewell. Alina Marie Dietrich. Faisal Judy. Megan Doherty. Niall Doherty. Leo Duffy. Charlotte Emily Dunn. Caris Jury. Jack Easton. Omamile Ebugaye. Sinead Edwards. Najla Ali Ndari. Joseph Aru. Amelia Evans. Leanne Fakes. Jennifer Ferguson. Tom Ferguson. Adam Fletcher. Joseph Ford. Chloe Fowler. Annie Fraser. Sean Freeman. Anna Garrett. Ritty George. Shamira Gauss. Lorenzo Jackie. Charlotte Emily Gilbert. Anna Gilfedder. Bethan Ellen Green. Edward Green. Gemma Laura Gregory. Mererid Griffith Davis. Abigail Guria Sadler. Charles Alexander Hall. Chatni Pradeep Haria. Nicole Alice Harper. Oliver Hu McIntosh Harrison. Peter Lawrence Michael Harrison. Azia Binti Hashim. Aisha Louise Hathatugawama. Leah Hawkins. Charles Raymond Hayes. Kirsty Sheila Hill. Charlotte Hobby. Oliver Matthew Hodgkinson. Robin Howcroft. Emily Hughes. Howell Martin Hughes. Isa Ishak. Nathan Ivy. Alice Jaskowska. Bethan Jones. Bethany Jones. Matthew Jones. Nia Jones. Owen Mayrick Jones. Roshini Joseph. Ramla Junaidi. Ben Kansu. Stephanie Keane. Samuel Kelland. Rory John Kerrigan. Jasmine Q. Sophie Kostic. Kit Wing Lamb. Joshua Langford. Terence Lau Lee Kwan. David Bruce Lawson. Yiping Lee. Emma Lewis. Hannah Lexton. Rebecca Claire Linfitt. Danielle Lees. Savinda Bandara Wichatni Liagandandera. Lily Lloyd. Heidi Long. Mike Massey. Ashraf Master. Nurul Diana Binti Matzi Zadeh. Abi Mathivanan. Lydia Moore. Sarah McCallanan. Paul McInhill. Ursula McGee. Paul McNulty. Charlotte Mitchellmore. Sophie Brooke Miller. Amar Mukri Mohammed Amin. Nazria Mohammed Azizan, Amira Mohammed Asmel. Catherine Alice Claire Moon. Lucy Morgan. Sarah Catherine Morgan. Yasmin Motasha. Adam Mounts. Benjamin Leon James Nankervis. Tonya Neem. ZG Eng. Leonard Nicholas. Talik Maxwell Nightingale. Luke Adam Nixon. So Win Wan Wei. Chiamaka Okeke. Chamazie Okorocha. Adnan Omar. Georgina Osmond. Catherine Ellen Owen. Rhys Owens. Rebecca Paddock. Gargi Pandey. Rebecca Parsonson. Jade Payne. Charlotte Peat. Harriet Penny. Celine Perkins. Nadim Amar Pavey. Daniel Joshua Phillips. Isabel Marie Phillips. Louise Charlotte Pike. Richard John Pilcher. Jamie Plum. Alexandra Grace Pollard. Charles Pope. Siri Potluri. Catherine Laura Powell. Bronwen Lydia Price. Rachel Angharad Price. Solomon Pullen. Gitanjila Pun. Benjamin Quack. Oliver William Ray. Anupama Ramjiawan. Asham Ramzan. Winona Reid. Aled Rees. Kieran Reid. Emma Rachel Ringasamy. Laura Reynolds. Catherine Ann Richards. Maisie Richardson. Mared Meredith Roberts. Matthew David Gregory Roberts. Sarah Roberts. Elizabeth Robertson. Elizabeth Ryan Harper. Tony Camillo Said. Zarif Aliyah Sabri. Sarah Saeed Noor. Suruchi Sharma. Matthew Saunders. Catherine Schofield. Siti Akila binti Sheikh Mohammed. Abhishek Sharma. Youssef Sadiq. Robert James Hamilton Sinnerton. Jacques Sloman. Emily Suter. Esme Sperry. Naomi Spencer. Emily Spink. Cheryl Spooner. Mayura Srikanthan. Kei Chuen Shuen. Sunil Taylor. Louise Ellen Tucker. Pavitra Lakshmi Venkat Raghavan. Harry Verco. Sam Vickery. Denise Vijayasingam. Isaac von Ruland. Catherine Wade. Rebecca Walford. Catherine Ellenid Ward. Corey Joshua Watkins. Jessica Davis. Stephanie Wenzel. Angus Michael Henry White. Annabelle White. Harriet White. Caris Whittet. Rebecca Whitworth. Hannah Williams. Megan Williams. Robert Patrick Williams. Thomas Parry Williams. Hannah Willis. Samuel Anderson Willis. Sean Amy Wood. Christopher Woodford. Bryony Elizabeth Woods. Joanne Wiley. Yauka Ying. Laura Jane Young. Noor Zarifa Zulkifli.
I, Professor Shiladitya Bhattacharya, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Amy De La Rey Hanley. Akanksha Kiran. Anishka Sai Pabari. Katie Michelle Plant. Amelia Redman. Harry James Smith. Lopamudra Banerjee. Helena Colling Sylvester. Laurie Anharad Edwards. Caris Gilbert, Shubhangi Govil, Faris Hussain, Alyssa Joy Wachope Ralph, Ainsley Kate Richards, Anju Sharma, Vidhi Unarkat, Alexandra Urquhart, Jessica Weber, Emily Baker, Charles Albert Broom, Dominic Oliver Paul Hampson, Alice Elizabeth Clare Lethbridge, Charlotte Baden, Johannes Marais, Dylan Mistry, Sarah Pradhan, Jamie Rees Seymour, Jack Lewis Shepherd, Rian Bevan, Thomas Winston Crowther, Isabel Wyndham Jones, Katrina Jane Kendrick, Emily Euphron Lloyd, Anil Palmer, Kian Patel, Yasumati Patel, Charlotte Silva, Sarah Lois Williams, Simeon Charles Head, Inez Lang Fairs, Joanna Winder, Farhana Ahmed, Samuel Eric Harry Bannister, Luke Cook, Jonathan Crisp, James William Dennis, Zainab Halul, Nathan Hariharan, Sam Johnson, Rupert Henry George Kelly, Muhammad Khan, Charlotte Killick, Abhishek Kulkarni, Fraser Baki, Christine Mohota, Kamal Rouf, Sophie Reed, Charles Snowden, Emma Tucker, Alex Van Spelder, Martha Jessica Walters, Isabel Hattrick, Rhys Hughes, Rosa Ingalls, Lauren McInerney, Harriet Perrington, Kritika Ramesh, Alice Moran Kavanagh, Alexander Thomas Shavaz, Grace Fernoff, Emma Furza, Jennifer G, Grace Hosking, Sarah Hannah Meehan, Rose Mogridge, Sarah O'Connor, Amy Prideaux, Robert Buchanan Ross, Courtney Taylor, Harriet Emily Wood,
I, Professor Kenneth Hamilton, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Arts. Liam Leslie Pitcher. Natalie Smith. Gabriel Louise Evans. Charlotte Emily Ellis. Hannah Jeanette Gibbs. Kelly Marie Grant. Grace Uthina Hewlett. Edward Christian Hare. Esther Morris. Alicia Constance Ayers. Elizabeth Grace Watson. Jackie Yip. I, Professor Kenneth Hamilton, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Music. Joshua Mark Edward Attrill. Martha Rose Bagnall. Catherine Alice Francis Beale. Lunid Bedwa. Catherine Bilton. Emily Davis. Sarah Pritchard Davis. Christopher Lloyd Davis. Rosie Lucy Dibden. William James Donaghy. Anna Ellis. Nia Emanuel. Nadia Fields Leffert. Hannah Rose Gray. Frederick Hodkin. Stuart Ironside. Catherine Jenkins. Carolyn Jones. Lucy Fleer Jones. Jessica Rhiannon Judges. Joshua Kaliski. Imogen Kent. John Fergus William Kittle. Charlotte Kerris Lana Reynolds. Rebecca Lawrence. Ellen Little. Lucy Marsh. George David Martin. Carla Morby. Seren Morris Watts. Thomas Mottershead. Anna Alithia Murphy. Holly Louise Nesbitt. Catherine Mayer Nicholas. Nia Wynne Nicholas. Claudia Owens. Victoria Maria Perio. Thomas Morgan Phillips. Shauna Grace Pritchard. Florence Isabel Pugh. Keris Elizabeth Rees. Lydia Marie Rogers. Sophie Singleton. Daisy Morag Smith. Callum Spooner. Chloe Emma Steele. Laura May Sutherland. Elizabeth Lucy Sydenham. Natalie Tan. Megan Alice Thomas. Megan Elizabeth Ware. Thomas Matthew James Wilkinson. Joanna Williams. The Vice-Chancellor shall now confer the award.
Would the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a'r holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Arts. Rhian Bishop. Harriet Blakeman. Tawny Ann Charles. Janet Chin Hee Nee. Yasmin Lauren Carricoats. Charlotte Helbrun Elides. Christiana Victoria Hill. Chen Liu. Lucy Mary McPhee. Alethea Nutt. And Harrod Elizabeth Phillips. Quinn Wen Jai. Christopher Quentin James Stone. Isabel Grace Thomas. Reese Mivir Thomas. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Music. Fernando Paps Silva. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Science. Purvi Gupta. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Will the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a'r holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
The following student to be presented has achieved a doctoral degree, and in recognition of their achievements and research, they will be presented to the presiding officers, who will shake their hand in turn. They will then remain on the platform while the degree is conferred to them. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Alicia Nicole Stark.
Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a'r holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations.
Please could all those students that have received an undergraduate diploma or degree in any aspect of healthcare, please stand for the reading of the oath. Please could I also ask the platform party to stand.
I will now declare the oath, first in Welsh and then in English, and then I will ask you to agree to the terms of the oath. A ddawaf mai fy mlaenoriaeth gyntaf fydd gofalu am fy nghleifion. Byddaf yn garedig gyda phob claf ac ymdrechaf I gyfathrebu yn effeithlon gyda nhw. Byddaf yn parchu urddasau preifatrwydd a'i hawl I gyfrannu'n llawn at benderfyniadau ynglŷn â'i gofal. Byddaf yn onest ac yn ddibynadwy bob amser ac yn parchu a diogelu gwybodaeth gyfrinachol. Ni fydd fy nghydoau personol yn ymharu ar ofal fy nghleifion. Trwy gydnabod cyfyngiadau fy nghymhwysedd, byddaf bob amser yn diweddaru fy ngwybodaeth am sgiliau proffesiynol. Os bydd gennyf reswm da I gredu nad wyf fi neu gridweithiwr yn addas I weithiau,
byddaf yn gweithredu'n gyflym i ddiogelu cleifion rhag perygl. Ni fyddaf yn camddefnyddio fy sefyllfa broffesiynol a byddaf yn gweithio gyda chydweithwyr yn y ffordd orau lles y cleifion. Yn yr holl faterion hyn, ni fyddaf byth yn gwahaniaethu'n anheg yn erbyn fy cleifion na'n cydweithwyr, a byddaf yn barod i gyfiawnhau fy ngweithred iddynt ym mhob achos. Rhoddaf yr addewid yma ar fy llw, yn wirfoddol ac o ddifrif. I promise that I will make the care of my patients my first concern. I will consider it to all of my patients and will strive to communicate effectively with them. I will respect my patients' dignity and autonomy and their right to be fully involved in decisions about their care. At all times, I will be honest and trustworthy, respecting and protecting confidential information. My personal beliefs will not prejudice my care of patients. Recognising the limits of my competence, I will keep my professional knowledge and skills up to date. If I believe that I or a colleague may not be fit to practice, I will act quickly to protect patients from harm. I will not abuse my professional position and will work with colleagues in the best way that serve patients. I will never discriminate unfairly against patients or colleagues, and I will always be prepared to justify my actions to them. I make this promise solemnly, freely, and upon my honour. If you agree to the terms of the oath, say I do.
Prynhawn da I bawb. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jake Smith, Vice President Postgraduate Students of Cardiff University Students' Union. I'd like to start by reciting the formal greeting to you all. May your care ever be for the good name of our university and the well-being of our world. You are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. I hope your association with Cardiff University will be a constant source of pride and happy memories throughout your life. For most of you, today marks the end of an era and the beginning of the next chapter of your lives. At the beginning of this journey, many of you will have been faced with the exciting but daunting prospect of moving away from home, making new friends, and living independently in a new city. But ever since then, the experiences that you have shared together, the opportunities you have embraced, and the relationships which you have built have made you into the person and graduate that you are today. You should all feel very proud of that. Now, I wouldn't want any of you to think that you'll forget Cardiff too quickly. Each of you have thousands or even tens of thousands of reasons to remember Cardiff University for many years to come. But don't worry, the first repayment isn't due until April. Because of your hard work and the support you have provided to each other, all of you now find yourselves in a position that should give you much cause for optimism in the future. You have all been imbued with knowledge that will allow you to strive for a tolerant, interconnected, and ever more hopeful world. I hope you will use your gifts humbly, living generously to help others develop as you have. And on this special and important day in all of your lives, it's important to recognise as well the support of your family and friends on this journey and the special pride that must be theirs today. Pob luck a chi gyd. Good luck to you all. Diolch yn fawr.
Vice-Chancellor, it is a very special pleasure to present for the award of an honorary fellowship David Anderson, OBE. David Anderson has been Director General of Amgueddfa Cymru, the National Museum of Wales, since 2010. Born in Belfast, he grew up in the English Midlands and studied Irish history at Edinburgh University. This breadth of experience has no doubt given him a particular understanding of the composition and cultural standpoints of the UK as a whole. David began his career as an educator, first as a history teacher, then as a specialist in museum learning in Brighton, before moving to the National Maritime Museum in Greenwich. Following that, he worked at the V&A Museum, where he stayed for 20 years, ending his time there as Director of Learning and Interpretation. Whilst at the V&A, he oversaw the creation of the £4 million Sackler Centre for Arts Education and established the National Museum's online learning project, a partnership of 9 national museums. David has published widely, including in 1999, a report entitled A Commonwealth, Museums in the Learning Age. Significantly, this report placed education at the centre of museum development and focused on the influences that museums have on wider national development. Yet David's commitment to education is not confined to museums, for intriguingly, he is also the author of 2 best-selling children's books, The Spanish Armada and The Mutiny on the Bounty. Little wonder then that in 1999, and in recognition of David's immense contribution, he was awarded an OBE for services to museums and education. As Director General of the National Museum of Wales, he has created a new mission entitled Inspiring People, Changing Lives. He has led the successful Heritage Lottery Fund bid for a multi-million-pound redevelopment of the open-air St Fagans National Museum of History, and further developments of the Roman Legion Museum at Caerleon are also planned. From 2013 to 2015, David was president of the UK Museums Association and is currently a board member of UK Creative and Cultural Skills. Amongst his many contributions to wider education and public service, he's been a visiting fellow at the Institute of Education, University of London, and a member of both the UK-China Government Culture Committee and the British Council's Creative Industry Advisory Committee. David's abiding interest in education is further evidenced by his commitment to research. He has created a new research department at the National Museum that is leading a national project to combat the consequences of Wales's poorest communities through cultural participation. He is passionate that cultural institutions have a direct responsibility to participate in a shared cultural life. Importantly for us today, David has been an active collaborator with the university in developing master's programs in critical heritage and in global culture and creativity, as well as contributing to the Music in the Museum series. He has also worked with the university in undertaking a visit to China to promote a jointly sponsored educational and cultural package. David, we hope that this active collaboration with you and the National Museum can continue to thrive, and that perhaps we can together create an ambitious and innovative cultural quarter here in Cardiff. Anrhydeddus is-ganghellor, cyflwyna fi ti, David Anderson, fel cymrawd Anrhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd.
Croeodd I mi gan y cyngor, derbyniaf chi fel cymrad o'r anrhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd. Congratulations.
First, I want to congratulate all of the graduates for their wonderful achievement. I remember my graduation and what a special day that was, and I'm sure it's the same for you. And also the connecting point between the past and the present as well, a very special day. It's hard sometimes to make sense of one's life until one gets a bit older, and to know why we choose to do the things that we do. And I've often asked why I decided to work in museums in the cultural sector. And it's only recently, perhaps, that I've looked back in my own life experiences when I was younger to see some of the possible reasons. In 2006, my much-loved father had died just a few weeks earlier, and I was going through his possessions, and in particular, sorted out his books, which indirectly I saw told his life story. And he didn't just leave school at 14 without qualifications, he was thrown out of school at 14 without qualifications. But as a serviceman after the Second World War, he got the second chance for an education and became electrical engineer. My mother, a very clever scholarship girl from rural Ireland, was not so lucky. Her parents either could not or would not pay for her to go to university when she had the qualifications to do so. And it was only many years later that the Open University gave her the chance to get the formal education that I know she hungered for decades. For both of my parents, formal education, the chance to get a degree, was a treasured privilege, one which none of their predecessors, their ancestors had. And they were determined that their children would have this as well, and they made sure that we did. But among my father's books was a small group which had belonged to his father, my grandfather, the last relics of what had, I know, been a much larger collection. And from those books, I learnt a different lesson about learning. Maybe one that I'd learnt much earlier from my parents, but had forgotten. Because my grandfather likewise had left school at 12, without any qualifications, became a shipyard worker in Belfast, then a chef, and then finally a catering manager. But what his books showed was a mind in the process of educating itself across decades, because he always wrote his name in the books when he bought them, usually second-hand. And he also very often wrote the dates when he bought them as well. And in there I saw a huge range of thought, really. Illustrated books on art, self-help manuals, the music of George Moore, the Irish composer, essays by George Orwell, and so on and so on. And very poignantly, one book which was How to Write an Essay. Now, for many students, the fact that anybody would wish to impose themselves on yet more essays when they don't have to is strange, perhaps, but for him that was an aspiration. And he also had a book on how to live on 24 hours a day. Again, something probably students don't need much advice on how to do. To see these books now, nearly a century old, was to take a step back to a time when education beyond basic literacy and numeracy in the United Kingdom was beyond the reach of the great majority of the population. So the only choice for somebody like my grandfather, who hungered for knowledge, was to self-educate, so far as one could do so. And I wonder whether, knowing that he and many others of my parents, both my parents' families, had self-educated, is one of the reasons why I decided to work in museums. As I say, it's very hard to make sense of one's life, to understand really why we choose what we do. We can have jobs and careers, but still, what are the unifying motives and purposes that lie behind those choices? It's not the same as having a talent. It's about how we've chosen to apply those talents. John Harvey Jones, the great industrialist, now long dead, once said, "Everyone has talent. It's the job of the educator to find it." I can now see that almost unconsciously at an early stage, I wanted to work in the education of those who maybe had talent, but may not have had the opportunity to have the education that I and others have been privileged to have. So instead I went to work in this invisible universe of self-education, places like museums, like libraries, everywhere where you can choose how you learn for yourself and when you wish to as well. And it's not just the institutions that do that, it's also the very many voluntary organisations, about 1 million of them in Britain, from beekeepers and writers groups to rugby clubs and choirs and teenage bands, and anywhere really where people get together because of a shared learning of something, anything. And there they very often find people who are prepared to nurture, to mentor, even to apprentice them and to help them to develop their skills. They see that talent and they give it a chance to grow. One reason why this is so important is that we all have cultural rights. One of the 5 pillars of rights, is to be able to participate in the cultural life of the community. That is the promise that very many countries across the globe have made. They will let their citizens have the opportunity to participate in culture. How little often that responsibility by governments is fulfilled. But for us as a museum at Amgueddfa Cymru, this is a fundamental ethical responsibility. We're now trying very hard to develop ourselves as a centre for cultural democracy, a place where as many people as possible can participate in almost every aspect of our work. And when the New St Fagans reopens in October this year, I hope that you will come and test out how true the words are. It is a journey. We can't do it for absolutely everybody in every way they wish, but we are going to try very hard to make it about participation and not just looking. It's our job to help people to expand their horizons, to self-educate, as generations ago many people tried to do. And it's important because formal education doesn't work for everybody at every time in their lives. We need this alternative universe of self-education. Raymond Williams, himself the son of a Welsh railway worker, wrote a seminal essay, "Culture is Ordinary." Culture, he said, is ordinary in every society, in every mind. By ordinary, he didn't mean simple. He didn't mean unimportant. He meant it is what our lives are made of. It is central to our lives. In the summer of 1968, I was in the garden of my grandparents' house, cottage in Northern Ireland. My grandfather was standing with me among the flower beds and the small lawn. And he was trying to teach me how to use my hands when speaking, using a Victorian self-help manual, one of his books. Now, as you can see, I've not moved my hands at all during this speech. I didn't really learn that one from him. But after he'd done that, he turned to me and he said something which I hadn't expected, really. He said, "The day you stop learning is the day you die." And that was almost the last words I ever heard him speak, because he had his third heart attack a few months later and was gone. But I think his words are very true. And amongst all the success of formal education, those of us who are lucky enough to have it, let's remember also, outside universities, even outside museums, all those people who need new opportunities to learn, need encouragement, maybe don't have confidence, and for whom you could be a special turning point and an encourager and a helper to them to realize one of their talents. And I rather wish that, rather like the healthcare professionals here had stood and made an oath, a very significant and moving oath, that all of us actually who graduate had an oath of the same sort, that we will serve society selflessly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very moving presentation. Thank you. As you stood and looked at each other with a period of silence, I was very worried that you were all going to say, I don't. But thank goodness you didn't. I think under this roof we probably have the greatest collection we've ever had of the two M's of medicine and music. It's wonderful to see you. I'm sure some of the medics play a lot of music. I'm not sure whether any of the musicians play a lot of medicine. And those from the music background, I'm sure, wouldn't forgive me if I didn't ask you all to say thank you to Robert Court, who's played for us. So, we've been here celebrating your success, celebrating your achievements. And those achievements, of course, are down to you and down to all of your hard work. But they're also down to the support and help you've received from the academic staff behind me and from your family and friends all around the room. So can you please, first of all, graduates, stand? Everybody's been cheering and clapping for you. I'd like you to see if you can take the roof off, please, by returning the compliment. Could I ask everybody to stand, please? It's been a wonderful congregation, it's been a wonderful celebration, but sadly, I now have to declare the congregation closed.
Pnawn da, croeso I Gaerdydd. I am Grabe Trahan and I'm the Pro-Chancellor of Cardiff University. And a good afternoon to you all and welcome to Cardiff and to our 2018 graduation ceremony. Graduation is without doubt the highlight of the university calendar, and it is an honour to be here today to share this special day with you. This afternoon we will be celebrating with students from the School of Biosciences. Today is going to pass extremely quickly, so I urge you to embrace it, to savour every single moment with your family and friends who are celebrating with you. And I offer you the same advice to our guests, many of whom will have travelled great distances to be here today. Whether it is your son, daughter, niece, nephew, grandchild, friend or partner who is graduating, make this a day that they'll never forget. And be sure to tell them how proud you are of them many times over. Graduation naturally gives us the opportunity to look back on your time here at Cardiff University and to acknowledge your hard-earned achievements. Acquiring a university education is no mean feat, so I commend you not only for securing a place at this prestigious institution in the first place, but also for the dedication and commitment that you have demonstrated to get where you are today. Cardiff University is one of the leading institutions in the UK and has recently been ranked in the top 100 in the world. So competition is tough. For every one of you here today, there were 6 or 7 applicants fighting for your place. We are proud of the education and experience that we provide for our students, and I am sure your capacity to ask questions and challenge conventional wisdom will stay with you for the rest of your lives. Whether you've been a member of one of the student unions, many sporting clubs and societies, or taken part in our hugely successful student volunteering scheme, each one of you will leave with a unique experience. Some of you today will also be tinged with sadness as you say goodbye to Cardiff, this vibrant, colourful and diverse city which has been the backdrop to your journey through university. And I'm sure it will be full of wonderful memories for you. Of course, the charm and character of Cardiff is difficult to give up, and some of you may have already decided to stay in Cardiff and to make it your home for the foreseeable future, whether this is through work or further study. However, also, in times of great political uncertainty, I'm extremely proud of Cardiff University's track record. Graduation also gives us a chance to look forward, a chance to mark the beginning of a brand new chapter in your lives. As you cross this stage in a short while and then step outside this auditorium, you will be doing so as Cardiff graduates. You will instantly become part of the exclusive family of more than 150,000 members across the world, the Cardiff University alumni community. You will enter this family following the footsteps of groundbreaking scientists, successful entrepreneurs, household actors, singers and TV presenters, Oscar-winning directors, and world-class sports stars. Armed with the knowledge, skills and experience that you developed during your time at Cardiff University, make it your mission to emulate the successes of those that have gone before you. The bar has been set high. This won't be easy, but it is a challenge that you should embrace with courage, determination, and plenty of ambition. And importantly, do not forget us. As you embark on your future careers, we ask that you stay in touch and come and visit us often and share your experience of your university life with the wider world. We will always be your university, and I hope that this instills in you the same sense of pride, unity, and loyalty that we hold for you as our graduates. I now have the pleasure of introducing Elin Arfon, who has just finished a BA in Welsh and French. Elin is about to begin her postgraduate studies here, as she has been selected for a funded Masters and PhD in multilingual literacy. Elin will read the proclamation and a poem by Wales's inaugural national poet, Gwyneth Lewis. Many of you will have encountered Gwyneth's work before in the form of the 6-foot-high words thought to be the biggest poem in the world on the front of the Wales Millennium Centre. Gwyneth has been the writer-in-residence at the University's School of Physics and Astronomy and is now an honorary fellow. The poem, Education, was specifically commissioned by Cardiff University. Diolch yn fawr, thank you very much, and enjoy your ceremony.
Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Beiddia feiddio, gwellhad y wneud. Myna geisio, parchad wneud. Trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning's a passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions. Scintillates, but isn't deceptive. Admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and, if you're lucky, it never ends. I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh and then in English. Nerth gwlad ei gwybodaeth, boed hysbys I holl aelodau'r brifysgol ac ar hyd y lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod siarter frenhinol y Brifysgol. Mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod I dderbyn y myfyrwyr sydd yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'i hysgolheictod wedi'w harholi'n byriodol yn unol â statudau'r Brifysgol ac wedi'w cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant y rhai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe'i hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb I gyfrannu o werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nod ydynt hwy i'w ceisio, drwy eu cyflawniadau, wasanaethu lles pawb, ymdrechu I sicrhau y rhagoriaeth ym mhopeth, ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar ddoethineb, gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. Nerth gwlad ei gwybodaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today, in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation, and in doing so, remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of our world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation.
Noswaith dda, a chroeso cynnes y garddion henw. So good evening everybody and welcome to our graduation. We now come to the part of the ceremony, the main part of the ceremony really, where the graduates come across the stage to receive their award from Cardiff University. As I'm sure you know, each graduate will have their name read out by a representative of their school or college. They will then come across to here. I will congratulate them and they will then return to their seat. Now, when the name's read out, you must of course applaud as loudly as you like. Don't feel at all inhibited. You can whoop and screech, whatever you want to do to show your appreciation. I just ask that you stop when the graduate reaches me, because that allows us to hear the name of the next person, which is only fair then to everybody. Now, once each cohort, that is the undergraduates and then the master's graduates and the PhD graduates, have all gone across the stage, I will then ask them to stand and I'll read a sentence in Welsh. I will address the new graduates in Welsh, and when translated into English, that sentence means, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. So we will now proceed to the presentation of graduates.
I, Professor Daniela Riccardi, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Charles Henry Booty. Andrew Broom Thompson. Laura Elizabeth Clark. Hannah Cox. Samuel Rhys Dunn. William Fitzjohn. Daniel Fry. Zoe Ann Fulbrook. Rose Eiffel. Rebecca Jenkins. Louis Jones. Samuel Jones. Lauren Miles. Martha Annie O'Keefe. Prema Mohini Patel. Demi Jade Pritchard. Zoe Watts. Chloe White. Tom Willis. Sophie Barnett. Elizabeth Ann Beck. Liana Booth. Elizabeth Selina Grace Brooks. Gareth Davies. Jack Devlin. Joseph D'Souza. Anna May Hewitt. Sarita Matani Williams. Alice Newton. Talik Reynolds. Lucy Olivia Silcock. Toby Stock. Lucy Sutton. Eve Treadaway. Sarah Tu. Louis Mark Badham. Krista Tajan Martine Charles. Lydia Jerusha Sarbats. Isabel Nigri. Elliot Petkovich. Elizabeth Richards. Lydia White. Wala Al-Malki. Dominic Jenkins. Pantazidis Kyriakou Fotios. Georgios Ion Sirfas. Chloe Gregory. Hannah James. Rhys Jones. Thomas Joseph Lewis. Connor William Thomas McEwen. James Dominic Nicholson Grime. Amy Nicholson Jack. Hannah Parsons. Zoe Parsons. Charlotte Skoltok. Ella Siebering. Imogen Jane Smith Davy. Ella Tepper. Natalie Christie. Victoria Comer. Elizabeth Gilly. Harry Gray. Eleanor Mary Hackle. Anna Jones. Dana Lee. Valentine Patterson. Francis Roy. James Russ Silsby. Catherine Stone. Jessica Whitney. I, Professor Daniela Riccardi, introduce those who have received the degree of Master in Biochemistry. Thomas Evans. Adele Green. Geraint Thomas. I, Professor Daniela Riccardi, introduce those who have received the degree in Master in Biological Sciences. Sarah Atik. Niall Coates. Anna Hoban. Bailey Jones. Emma Mattin. Liam Powell Gibbs. Megan Rebecca Williams. Claire Brown. Emma Dyke. Erin Faye Cheryl MacDonald. Guy Oldreeve. Georgia Grace Power. Amy Catherine Sherwin.
I, Dr. Stephen Rutherford, introduce those who received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Kim Olbury. Tegan Butterfield. Elena Sean Cromeri. Richard Dicketts. Madeleine Amelia Ferrand. Sarah Frampton. Charles Lawrence Frederick Hall. Tessa Catherine Eleanor Harris. Samuel Lowen. Matt McCarthy. Patrick Connor McManus. Ewan Pearce. Elizabeth Ruth Powell. Anders Rees. Festus Slade. Lara Weaver. Emily Williams. Max Birmingham. Jesse Champion. Lucy Chapman. Jordan Kopner. Nia Queven Hughes. Thomas Granger. Innes Bronwyn Callahan Green. Daniel David Griffiths. Laura Hook. Amelia Jones. Victoria Keeble. Sarah Kelly. Amy Southern. Emma Louise Williams. Holly Adair. Malia Ahmed. Mohammed Suman Azoun. Lee Allen Baker. Ornella Bamlope Quecha. Mingma Beckinsale. Raphael Siobhan Beese. Esther Brady. Thomas Michael Braxton. Catherine Briss Waters. Jonathan Mark Burden. Alex Catley. Yusuf Abdulaziz Chima. Javita Chandria. Sarah Catherine Clinton. Olivia Cuddy. Natasha Jane Currington. Helen Davis. Kate Deasy. Kavita Dionarain. Emma K. Dumble. Bethan Ellis. Katie Fry. Chloe Hall. Thomas Hardman. Eleanor Harrison. Georgie Haynes. Cheryl Hyam. Rory Hubbard. Aaron Hughes. Benjamin Jackson. Lewis Paul Tudor Jones. Ocean Gilmore Jones. Fidosi Khan. Katie Elizabeth Larrington. Jackson Lee. Harriet Elizabeth Valentine Main. Shanice Molyneux. Kate Mugridge. Kingsley Norman. Toboloba Samuel Okumboa. Niall O'Leary. Hannah Jane Peat. Laura Amy Pittard. Anna Elizabeth Richards. Christopher Hayden Roberts. David Oliver Schofield. Holly Georgia Stevenson. Ushana Thayaparam. Victoria Ann Tozer. Lucy May Vining. Adam Thomas Warren. Matthew Wheeler. Ella Davina Whitaker. Kaylee Diana Naomi Wejasinga. Matilda Daisy Worthy. Andrew York. Matthew Aaron Baker. Liam Clayfield. Rose Cronin. Louise Duncan. Alex Gibbs. Ryan Michael Edward William. Holly Margaret Hannon. Katie Louise Hayward. Darcy Emma Lewis. Thomas Henry Ling. Eleanor Moffat. Radihi Thanki. Constance Emily Pritchard. Jessica Ronan. Edward Stockton. Cara Jane Thomas. Rebecca Volunius. Nida Zainali. Sophie Ruth Allen. Sophie Jane Barber. Matthew Thomas Bradley. Eleanor Bruce. Elizabeth Corkery. Molly Cupper. Harry Davis. Sarah El Hamamwi. Rasheen Fatima. Gabrielle Foster. Adam Greenhalgh. Anisha Kaur Gruel. James Hebbard. Llewellyn Amir Jones. Michael Anthony Lewin. Jessica Victoria Lewis. Leilani Monday. Arwell Thomas Poacher. Corey Price. Harrison Spray. Charlotte Wright. Charlotte Lovett. Koser Abdirrahman Abdullahi. My apologies. Asma Mohammed Salim Hamad Al-Haji. Timothy James Baker. Samuel James Ballantyne. Sam Bellamy. Alice Burnand. Erin Ray Burton. Reem Shafai El Alawi. Jared Charlton Webb. Scott Dabbs. Tani Lee Ellis Jones. Alice Elmer. Letitia Goldberg. Emily Harmer. Victoria Louise Jeffs. Alicia Kadabai. Joanne Isadora Paquillo Lachica. Bethan Louise Lewis. Kia Olivia Lundstone. Aileen Mehmed. Sweta Rajput. Sarah Rust Ashford. Megan Slater. Isabel Sutherland. Marubi Tham. Snow Thant. Matthew Vine. Henrietta Wheeler. Michelle Caroline da Silva Youngs. Charlotte Bridge. Jack Butler. Abigail Elizabeth Finn. Hannah Gilbert. Harriet Holland. Zoe Morris. Philip Munashe Musa. Matthew Potter. Alice Mary Grimshaw Quinton. Catherine Louise Roper. Zizi Simpson. Arabella Sykes. Tiffany Vargas. Krista Capistrano. Matilda Hannah Megan Coop. Mary Emily Cornick. Owen Davis. Rowan Davis. Holly Dew. Emily Elizabeth Eccles. Simran Gosal. Hannah Tasneem Harris. Christopher Harry. Luke Marsh. And our Bazinale Joshua Umloyanizwa Umtunzi. Inez Murray. Eliza Tilly Palmer. Eva Patterson Vieira da Silva. Dion Sarpong. Jamoy Saunders Korea. Amir Hossein Sharif. Alice Shedden. Sophie Thomas. Matthew James Wateridge. Sean Williams. Bethany Devon Ashley. Amber Louise Cruz-Reese. Bryony Curry. Issa Gaiden. Athena Vanava. Thomas Evans. Fleur Stanford. Nicholas Dominique Brunitz. Thomas Copeman. Philip Hughes. Claire Ann Mosbrook. Felicity Slatter. Rhys Thomas. Abram Solstrom. Mariam Kamis Musa Al-Balushi. Victoria Bartlett. Daniel Burke. Juliet Davis. Vinul Nimsara Dinagama with a runner's game. Mena Al-Gamal. James Lewis. Madeline Eleanor Miles. Maria Nakvi. Grace New. Simon Pell. Robert William Price. Emily Thomas. Alessandra Aversa. Asal Goshay. Emily Grubb. Jade Hughes. Laura Jones. James Conrad Mallon. Lewis Richardson. Thomas Stoneman. Shady Tan Watson. Angelos Damo. Nicola Graham. Sophie Jane Langford. Martin Shine. Lloyd West. Chloe Louise Sheldon. I, Dr. Stephen Rutherford, introduce those who have received the degree of Master in Biomedical Sciences. Katie Louise Holden. Sean Lewis. Paolo Rosario. John William Gostage. Michael Gaidu. Catherine Strange. I, Dr. Stephen Rutherford, introduce those who have received the degree of Master in Neurosciences. Simu Ali. Rhiannon Berkeley. Audrey Lawrence Jawad Handam. Hannah Johnson. I, Dr. Stephen Rutherford, introduce those who received the Certificate of Higher Education. Kate Clemens.
Would all the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a'r holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Research. Charlotte Rosemary Elizabeth Alsop. Anna Alexandra Baranovska. Yi Hung Chan. Alexander Charles. Shani Coyne. David Evans. Gareth Fenn. Rebecca Lee Kelly. Catherine Maria Majewski. Darian William Joseph Okakpu. Katie Ann Pritchard. Andrew Angus John Robertson. Ben Thomas Satherley. Jen Yu Sito. Christian Thomas. Liam Thomas. Faye Watson. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Will the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troi'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniaf chi I gael eich dyfarniad a'r holl freintiau a ddaw yn ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you.
The following students to be presented have achieved a doctoral degree, and in recognition of their achievements and research, they will be presented to the presiding officers, who will shake their hand in turn. I, Professor Gary Baxter, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Lined Marget Badder. Liad Jacob Baruchin. Martin Richard Charlesworth. Emily Hannah Clark. Hugo David James Creeth. and Harad Green. Ivan Bryn Jams. Sarah Rose Johnston. Maria Constantinou. Thomas Lasota. David Navarro Paya. Craig Ian McPhee. Juan Bautista Menendez Gonzalez. Rosemary Jane Morehouse Gann. Joe William Edward Moss. Jade O'Leary. Shuang Peng. William Plumley. Michael Reynolds. Andrea Marisa Ribeiro da Silva. Pamela Johanna Riester. Katharina Soiberli. Lubaid Saleh. Willow Smallbone. Ridian Thomas. Rodri Thomas. Daniel Turnham. Attilio Zilli. The Vice-Chancellor will now confer the award.
Will the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Troed o'r awdurdod a roddwyd I mi gan y Brifysgol, derbyniad chi I gael eich dyfarniad ar y holl freintiau a ddawen ei sgil. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Thank you.
Nuswaida, good evening. I'm Fadila Al-Zahouri, Students' Union President at Cardiff University Students' Union, and a proud graduate from School of Biosciences. I'd like to start reciting the formal greetings to you all. May your care ever be for the good name of our university and the well-being of our world. I'm very pleased to announce the fact that you are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. May your association with the university be cherished and be constant throughout your life. Like many before, you have had the privilege of studying knowledge that has been built over centuries from the first ever university established by a woman called Fatima al-Fahri in Morocco, 859 AD. Like many before, you are dressed in these beautiful traditional gowns and the unique styled hats, as graduates did in the universities of that era and region. You are literally living that legacy now. But it's your time to leave your own legacy. Hashtag no pressure. Today marks the end of an era and the beginning of the next chapter of your life. I'm sure your time here in Cardiff has been unique. With all challenges you faced, you found people from all over the world that you would never have otherwise met, knowledge you would never have otherwise gained, and possibilities you would never have otherwise actualized. Yet everyone in this hall has overcome these challenges, and this is what makes you the graduate that you are today. For that, I immensely congratulate you. And I wanted to say I'm very proud of every single one of you here today. It's time for you to embark on your own journey in this world, prosper in your lives, your families, and the entire world, for all humanity. So the graduates of Biosciences 2018, this is what I say, let's make it happen. Thank you very much, Diolch.
Vice-Chancellor, yellow is the colour of spring. Our own Welsh daffodils, crocuses, spring flowers in general. It's also the colour of wisdom, the cricketer's sacred text that brings promise of a new summer every spring and memories of the previous cricket season. Every year, Wisden selects 5 cricketers of the year from around the world. This year was remarkable. It was unique, because of the 5 cricketers of the year, 3 were members of the England women's team: Nat Siver, Anya Shrubsole, and our guest today, Heather Knight. The reason is not hard to see. England are the holders of the World Cup. There was another World Cup. And Heather Knight is the victorious captain. The great spin bowler Jim Laker once said that the sole purpose of English cricket is to beat the Australians. And of course that's still absolutely true, but nowadays one has to beat the rest of the world too. And England did so, culminating in a final against India that was so close, so exciting, I had to watch it from behind the sofa. Heather is an alumna of Cardiff University. When it came to choosing a university and a cricket academy, she displayed extraordinarily fine judgment by preferring to come to Cardiff to read biomedical science and physiology rather than to take up a place at Cambridge. It was as a student here in Cardiff that Heather got the call to join the England women as a replacement on tour in India. By her own admission, she was not at peak fitness, having enjoyed Freshers' Week to the full. But she joined the team, opened the batting, and top scored. I know that she's grateful to her department and to the university for allowing her the flexibility and the time to train and to play international cricket. Since that debut, her international career has gone from strength to strength. Made vice-captain in 2014, she assumed the England captaincy from Charlotte Edwards in 2016.
Now, I might suggest, Vice-Chancellor, that her success as England captain owes much to the quality of the players she leads. Anya Shrubsole, Natalie Siver, Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Brunt are all special players. Sarah Taylor is the world's best wicketkeeper, bar none. And if I could take a leg-side stumping the way she does, I would die a happier man. I speak warmly, Vice-Chancellor, as probably the worst wicketkeeper ever to play for Cardiff University staff. But they and the rest of the team would not be able to play freely and to express themselves without Heather's outstanding leadership, support and encouragement. She has just led her side to yet more success in winning the triangular T20 competition with South Africa and New Zealand, and to victory in a one-day series over New Zealand, and she will be leading the team into the forthcoming T20 World Cup. In 2018, Heather was made an OBE in the Queen's New Year's Honours List, and we're delighted to welcome her back to Cardiff University, and we wish her every success with the England team in the future. Yn rydeddus isgan hellor, cyflwynaf I ti Heather Knight fel camrawd ar anrhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd.
Troedd o dyrtod a rhoddwyd I ni gan y cyngor, derbyniaf chi fel camrawd ar anrhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Paul and the university, for inviting me today in that very kind introduction. It was 6 years ago today that I was sat in your position as a bioscience graduate, thinking, who on earth is this guest speaker? But here I am today, and those 6 years have flown by. I'm delighted to be welcomed back here today. It's not very often that we get a chance to reflect in international sport, a chance to look back. We're always looking at the next match, the next tour, the next innings. So delighted to come here today to have a chance to reflect on my 3 years at Cardiff. It was a lovely 3 years, 3 years that I hold very dearly. I've met some brilliant friends over that time. And I'm delighted, obviously, to be back here today. My cricket career and my university career were hand in hand. It was the second term of my university, of first year, that I actually got the call up to the England side. As Paul said, there was an injury and I had to fly out to India the very next day. On my way to the airport, I realised I probably should let the uni know. So I rang up my personal tutor. As it was the weekend, I had to leave a message on his voicemail. And as I sat on the plane, I won't lie, I got a little bit of pleasure thinking of his face on Monday morning as he listened to the voicemail saying I wouldn't be in lectures for the next month. On my return 4 weeks later, I didn't have a lot of pleasure realising how much work I had to catch up on. And that became a common theme throughout my university career. I often had training commitments, touring commitments, and I'm really grateful for the university, the bioscience department in particular, and the high performance programme in the sports side of things for letting me realise my dual ambitions. It was a little bit of a struggle at times, none more so than I missed every single lecture of one double module. Those of you that have done neurodegeneration will feel my pain, as I had to teach myself every single lecture from that module. No mean feat. And I've never appreciated the teaching at Cardiff more than when I missed that whole module. So thank you very much. So looking back on my years at Cardiff, and I realise now that the skills I use every day as England captain, every day as an international sportswoman, that they're the skills that I often gained and honed here at Cardiff. The ability to perform under pressure in the exam period, as I'm sure you all know. The ability to form relationships with your peers and to communicate. And also the perseverance that was needed on a 9 AM Thursday morning lecture after a very enjoyable night at the Union on a Wednesday night. But on a serious note, you guys have gained so many skills that will set you in really good stead in your years to come. Know that you've had a brilliant grounding and a brilliant teaching here at Cardiff to set you on your path, whatever it may be. Whether it's bioscience or something completely different, know that you've got the skills to succeed in whatever you do. Welcome to the Cardiff alumni community. Embrace every challenge that you get given, embrace every opportunity, and try and do it with a smile on your face. So congratulations and best of luck for the future. Thank you.
I now have the duty to draw this celebration to a close. It has been an absolute joy on the platform this afternoon to watch the faces as they pass, all with pride and some with a bit of relief. But it's fantastic that you're all here and that you're now a part of the Cardiff University alumni. Now, as we approach the end of the ceremony, it's extremely important that you demonstrate your gratitude to all of the family and the friends who are celebrating with us. Their considerable support has helped you get to where you are today. And now I'd like to invite you to say a huge thanks to them. So please, would you like to stand up, turn around, and make as much noise as you would like to everyone who's with you. And so finally, on behalf of everyone at Cardiff University, I wish you all well in the future, every success. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.